everyone's ears. Sorry, guys. I know I'm a little late coming back. I said 55 after. It's 59 after, which is basically 6 o'clock. Um, Give me just a moment here. I need to get the game restarted. I was fiddling around and changing up my cabling because my headset is a wired headset, and it just felt too short. And I happen to have an extension cable, so I figured, um, well, it's only 3 feet, but it's an extra 3 feet that I don't currently have. The only issue is that now I can run over my cable a lot. But let's get back into the game. I am in the process of making some hot tea, explicitly tea, Earl Grey. And yes, I became a fan of drinking Earl Grey tea because of Sir Patrick Stewart's character, Jean-Luc Picard. I couldn't, not be an 80s kid and not grow up watching TNG. I'm still not sure which captain I like best, whether it's Jean-Luc or Captain Kirk. It's one or the other. I'm not really 100% positive. I know a lot of you out there are going to go, but Sisko was amazing. Yes, Sisko was amazing, but he didn't make captain until the 3rd season of DS9. I'm a fan. I'm not a deep lore person. Like, I don't know the backstory behind why this thing happened or that thing happened, or I'm not. My head isn't designed to hold. I mean, it holds a lot of trivial, stupid facts. For instance, one of my earth science books when I was a kid, I read once that in very small quantities, human reproduction requires arsenic, and so it's added to our water. Now, is that true? I have not been able to confirm that. As an adult, I have, tried to find any source of data that confirms that information, and I just, for the life of me, cannot find anything anywhere that confirms that. So I question whether or not that's true, but that's the thing that lives inside of my head to this day, since earth science, which, I'm 40. That was a heck of a long time ago. Earth Sciences is in the school district that I lived in. Earth Sciences was 7th grade. I think. I'm not sure what the equivalent would be if you're in anywhere outside of the United States. I unfortunately don't know enough about the school systems. I kind of sort of get how school works, at least in junior high and middle school in Japan, sort of, because I am a huge anime fan. Don't ask me what anime I'm watching right now because I haven't watched any anime in an age. I am unfortunately very particular about what I watch. I have a tendency to watch kind of niche stuff. Tokyo Ghoul was a really good anime. I liked that, but I only got to see like the first 2 seasons. I liked Attack on Titan, but I only got to see season 1. I adore Fruits Basket. I've seen the original and I watched the first season of the remake, and I want them to release the second season of the flippin' remake here with the English dub. And do not come at me with the subs are better than dubs BS. That was true. It was true. It's less so now. A lot of times the dubs are really spectacular. They do an excellent job of at least trying to match mouth flaps. They do an excellent job of trying to localize things so it's not just a straight translation with no interpretation to help us understand what's going on. because there is a difference in how you say I love you, or how you say I'm sorry, and all of that stuff matters. And they do try really hard to take care of that these days. It's not like it was when I was a kid, and they would be just like, wow, we don't understand the storyline of this anime. Let's just make it about this other thing. Yeah. So, I don't know where that tangent was going. Anyways, we have decided, or rather, I have decided that we are restarting because I did an abysmal job at the beginning of this game. I will try to do less. Well, no, you know what? I'm not. I am going to elf things. That is an old school D&D reference. I am going to talk to characters, and I am going to do it a lot. I might talk over what's going on screen, and I do apologize for that. But with story-based games that have some action sequences in them, it can be difficult to get a word in edgewise, because there is a lot of talking. So, if you are new to the pack, I want to first off thank you for joining. If you have been with the pack for any length of time, thank you very much for joining me on this experience. I love having you guys here, and I cannot even begin to tell you how much just a follow or just a comment on one of my streams matters to me. It makes a world of difference for someone who is, believe it or not, an extreme introvert. I am terrified of sharing any part of myself with the world. And gaming is probably one of the things where I am it's the hardest for me to share, not because I pick weird games like Vampyr, more because I really suck at them, and the last thing I want is to be bullied for it, which is why we have the anti-bullying rule. And it's not just for me. You cannot bully each other. Do not do it. I will kick you out. I do not tolerate bullies. I don't care how old you are. I don't care if you're 125,000 years old. I will boot you out of my channel. All right. Where is my mouse? Oh, we don't have a mouse yet. All right. So I was working on this guy. We have a lot more time. Oh no, 1722. I thought that was the amount of time that I'd been in it. No, that's when that's when it was last saved. Whew. You know what? We're going to erase that, and you guys can cry about it later. All right. Let's make sure our options are still set. We're not going to do anything overly drastic here. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. I honestly, my monitor only has a refresh rate of 60 frames per second, well, 60 hertz, so I get 60 frames per second. But I don't know how much of a difference that would make for me. Oddly, on Among Us, which I only play by myself, which I know sounds super weird, I can get 140 frames a second on that mofo. It's funny. Ultra. Yeah. See, this game is like 2 years old, and I built my rig this year. I feel like we could probably go down to a 3, but then on the stream, heavens to Betsy, I can almost go down to a 0. Oh, I still have my lights on too. Too bad there's not a spot in between there. Okay, well, we will go with a 4, only because I don't want it to be too dark for you guys. Please let me know if I am A, too loud, B, too quiet. If the game is too loud or too quiet, please feel free to ask me questions. Please do not ask me personal questions. Like, I'm not going to tell you exactly which city I live in. I'm not going to tell you exactly what my birth date is or my legal name or any of that. You guys can call me Faelyn. I will absolutely respond to that. I've been calling myself Faelyn for 20 odd years since my first time playing Dungeons and Dragons, and I made my character. Oddly, the name means something completely different from what it does if you spell it for the masculine. And I believe my dog is just asking me to go outside. Are you asking to go outside? Really? You're gonna make Mama get up? We're just starting to talk. We're just starting to stream. Not that we have anybody here listening to us. Coda. Coda Dexter. Coda. Oi. Coda. Nani sunde yo? Oi. Coda. I'll go outside. I'll go tell Mama outside. You gotta tell me. You gotta tell that Mama outside. Come on. You gotta tell Mama. Hey. Do you wanna go outside? You gotta go tell me. You tell that Mama outside. Oh, go outside? Okay. Alright, guys, I guess I gotta go let the dog out. I will be right back, and then we will start this journey again. And I will get to turn out the lights. Alright, you. Come on. Come on. Monster. I made a mess making my Earl Grey. I need a replicator, my man. Somebody invent a replicator so I don't have to make my own tea. It can just be made for me. God damn it. There is tea all over my desk. Concern it all. The worst part is it's not even really a desk. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me. I know I'm not wearing my headset. And I forgot to turn out my lights. Let's go do that quick before I get back on stream. What did I do? Okay, there it is. Alright. And we're more or less back. We're going to go with the current setting for the what is this? Brightness. God, I remember being able to change the gamma. Let's see. Alright. Yeah, we'll leave that on because otherwise I will not know how badly I'm being played. What if I turn my mouse sensitivity up? I don't know how much that really helped. For those of you who may not have heard my rant about the mouse I use a Logitech trackball. It's not the Orbit where it's in the middle. It's the one where you use your thumb. So, yeah. All right. We're going with normal mode because, I mean, I could play through on story mode because it would be easy, but...
Red Queen under crown of stone. 8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights. 4 nails piercing the flesh of the sinner. 1 prayer for the summoned, called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death and pestilence. Confronted by the eerie and unknown, mortals became desperate for answers. A flock's flight makes for an omen, the falling of a star a dire presage. Turning to priests for interpretation when there was no reason to be found. When religion failed, men turned to science. I saw them build such vain cities, crafting machines made for endless war. New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is wall but enslaved stone? What is glass but tortured sand? What is song but a call to arms? What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending?
Bum bum bum.
Death. Since the apple was plucked from the sacred tree, mortality was believed to be God's punishment. A righteous snare to keep mankind from ascending to the stars. They were all so wrong. Death is not a wicked thing, nor some holy retribution. A true punishment would be to never know its sweet kiss. Awaken from the harshness and be born once more.
The sound design for this game is really good. And this part actually, the way the sound design works, reminds me a lot of the scene in Detroit Become Human when Marcus is in the android graveyard and he has to fix himself. And until you get that replacement audio component, your hearing is completely messed up. This is kind of similar, except that the main character's problem is the fact that he's stuck in vampire mode and he's so thirsty that he can't think straight. I don't really think I can find anything right now. I think that there's nothing to be done until I go and get my first victim, at which point I will be running away from a bunch of humans because combat won't be possible just yet. Sound design also vaguely reminds me of Soul Reaver. When you're non-corporeal.
Thirsty. So thirsty.
Everything will be fine again.
Mary! Oh, no. Mary! Hold on. Please, hold on. Oh, God. Oh, no. Mary. Mary. No. No.
I feel for him.
It's a nightmare. No! Please, a moment, let me explain!
Alright, so we more or less have very little that we can do. I didn't do that last time, that's the only reason I wanted to do it. Just to look.
No! No! Don't shoot!
Oh, shoot. That was a
This is
stupid
a
thing for me
nightmare.
to do.
I need to get out of here!
Oh, it's 3 stars so that I can undo me being stupid. Immediately does stupid thing.
This can't be happening. Over there! There's one of them! No! Please! Stop! I mean you no harm!
I don't think there's really anything
What's going on?
that we can
Mary.
do until we find
What
a
have I
weapon.
done? What's all this about?
Which is right here.
Now, I can defend myself. Kill that thing! Who are you? Stay back! Sorry, but you left
So
me
the
no
first
choice.
time through, I was overly hesitant to kill people because your decisions matter,
Who are you?
at least
Stupid beast!
broadly.
Stand! Sorry.
We haven't learned to pick things up yet. Well, yes, we did. So it's possible that there might be things to pick up. Alright, so we're in the foundry. With lots of molten.
No, please, stop! Who are you? What's it? It's a killer!
Well, I'm only a killer because you guys are being, you know, mean and trying to kill me. So this is also part of a spot that we can come back to, I think. So it might be why I can't find anything.
I mean you no harm. I need help. Die, you fucking leech! Please, listen to me. I can't make any sense of this. Shut up, beast! Who are you? What is this all about? What in God's name? That'll do the rest of the job. Just leave me.
Poor Jonathan.
The sun. It feels like it's burning me to the bone.
These doors are all locked.
I need to find somewhere to hide.
It's locked. It's not actually a door.
Let me go! I need to find shelter.
They haven't taught us to feed yet, so we can't do that yet. No, please. If you're going to cough in public, cover your mouth. Better yet, wear a go-around mask. Okay, it goes that way. This is our first hideout.
Is anybody there? What is this place? The place seems abandoned. I should be safe enough here.
Alright. Like, one of my biggest issues with this game so far is the lack of a walk function, except when you're using your vampire senses.
Brother, what have you done?
Mary! Mary! Mary, I'm sorry. Whoever did this to us, I will find them.
Okay. Anything else? Looking for things I might have missed my first playthrough. Alcohol. I could use some alcohol.
Wait, this one's dressed up fancy. Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities. What's this? Gold watch.
Beautiful it is. We fancy it and share the takings. I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an Eve.
That's impossible.
It's impossible. It's impossible. It's a thing that happened. Ah, Coda. Alright. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go get the dog before she, terrorizes the entirety of the neighborhood.
Who goes there?
I'm coming, Papa Girl. I'm coming.
Who's there? Are you referring to me? No! No! I still have so much to accomplish. I still have so much left that needs doing.
I'm gonna eat you up. I'm just gonna eat you up. And you can't interrupt things anymore. Yeah. How would you interrupt things if you don't tell me? think you're gonna come over here and get more out of me, huh? No, you got your treat for coming inside. Nope. There's nothing else to eat around here. It's all gone. And I know you know I'm lying. But that doesn't matter. Alright. And away we go.
Johnny, this one's lost. We need to leave. And now!
No. There's time. I can save him.
That's the enemy coming! The orders are to evacuate the hospital!
Done. He'll live.
And now what?
We fight. Killing is a hell of a lot easier than healing. No, it never got easy.
The physical act of killing might be easier. I think the emotional act takes a toll. Okay, that's where we got the bloody diary. So I'm not gonna read this. I read it on the first stream that I ever played this on. If you want to read it, my recommendation would be to take a screenshot. You ready? And open your snipping tool. Take your screenshot. Did you do it? Okay, I'm going to scroll down to the bottom now. Okay, not quite the bottom. You ready for your next screenshot? Take it. Are you ready? Did you do it? Okay. There's the bottom. That's your last screenshot. Did you get it? All right. Now we're going to move on. I'll tell you guys right now, I don't plan to read them out loud. If they're very short, I might. But generally speaking,
None of it.
I find
No
reading
sense
out
at all.
loud very difficult. And at least at the beginning here, I've already seen everything in the last 24-ish hours, so I'm not really going to spend a lot of time rereading things, even by myself.
So be it.
Oh, warning, there is no way for me to not do this. Jonathan seriously believes that this
Rational
would...
thinking only.
Sometimes with stuff like this, I wish they would just make it part of, like, literally part of the story.
This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real.
Madness it is, as mad as the moon, who tames blood in sunlight, in
Coda Dexter. Listen here, little wolf. You're being a pain in the butt. You're being a pain in the butt. If you were a smaller dog, I would put you up on my lap. I'm not really a fan of the aggressive skills. I'm never going to use them. Or I am highly unlikely to use them, I should say. Coda, sit. Stop begging. Lay down. Lay down. Coda, lay down. Lay down. I don't like doing that.
That voice in my head. If I'm not mad, then it must belong to the one who made me. What I... I must find him to understand what I have become.
Alright. Now for some more running and fighting.
Where is it? That's close.
These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
Here's the leech. Here! My head's spinning.
Well, you've hardly had any blood since being changed, so that's
I cannot enter.
not really a surprise. I apologize, guys. I just really want to try to find things where it's possible relatively early.
I'm still in Southwark. I must reach the West End. Go back home.
Die, vermin!
Where are you?
There's one of them vermin!
There's a strength I never knew I had.
Alright. Too strong? I'm a fledgling, dude.
This shouldn't be possible. Every sinew, every fiber of my being is afire. I feel like a child learning the limits of my body.
stupid.
My strength. My reflexes. I'm not human anymore.
Huh. Well, I definitely didn't do this the first time. That's intriguing. So if I wanted to, I could go back up top. I don't see any real reason to do this. Unless there's now a thing that I can find here now. Doesn't look that way. No equipment left behind. Okay. Oh, quarantine. King and Country, help on the front lines.
My poor sister. If only I had controlled my need for blood.
Hey, you didn't know.
Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us. I can't believe I'm doing this. It's locked.
That one's locked too.
The dizziness from the jump. I can now control it.
And this is just the other side of those doors. So there's no point in testing them. Also, I tested them before and they were both locked. I don't need to eat you guys. I'm full. Oh yeah, hey, look, you don't even get a walk when you're in, using your vampire sight.
What will London have to say to me?
She will say that, silver's bad? I don't know, dude.
I've so many questions unanswered.
For people who don't know, the, not so much ancient, but the old name of London was Londinium. And londinium is actually, it's silver.
Another corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum? The man has been drained of all blood, but I can still smell the scent of it.
Well, I mean, there's blood everywhere, dude. I'd be able to smell
follow
that.
the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant. Fresh blood. The smell is so strong.
Don't want to jump up there.
This is a slaughterhouse. It's locked.
And it's not possible to get back here for quite some time. So I was trying to get back here to see if there was anything else I needed. Like, if the knife was here and that sort of thing, but... there was no way that I could see to get back without going through areas that the,
Something dire must have come about. There is no one in sight.
Yeah, which is why we're going to spend a second here making sure that we find everything we can. Especially since I know it's safe. Ish. Alright. So, I was trying to come back here earlier and when I was, streaming this afternoon, and we were going to be looking for Mr. Clay's knife. However, it just didn't really seem feasible because the vampire hunters are all over here, and they are like all over here. And they were a higher level than I was capable of. I think that's Sabrina. Hideout's up there.
According to the blood patterns, that's where the victim was attacked. So that must be the killer's trail. Where has everyone gone?
so I think I found everything. And we have enough stuff to, oh my. Oh. We have enough stuff to do some upgrading. There's no point in going to the other trunk there, because the only things in the trunk are like for refuel, are for darn, are for the gun. And I, in all honesty, will almost never use the gun. Mostly because I just don't like guns. I don't begrudge people the right to own a gun. I do begrudge them, like AR-15s and guns that are more or less designed simply for killing. I know that's what a gun does. It kills people. What I mean is, the AR-15 is based on a gun that was produced for war. It has no purpose for hunting at all, and it's not for personal protection. It is for mowing down assailants. And so I guess stuff like that just colored my opinion of such weapons. So I'm not a big fan, you could say. All right. So the next step is to dead inside, huh? Okay, yeah, it's just the door. Next step is to go to the turquoise turtle.
They didn't deserve this.
Turtle. And talk to people.
A little life.
My God, sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
Why is it going to be a long night?
You must be new around here. Don't you know about the murders?
Tell me more about these murders.
Every morning for the last few weeks, bodies have been found. And those poor sods didn't die of flu.
Do the police have any leads on a suspect?
Even before the outbreak, coppers never came round here. We're on our own. People die in these parts all the time, and no one cares.
Where am I? Where is this place?
You're at my bar, sir, the Turquoise Turtle. The last ray of light in this dangerous part of town.
Aren't you scared?
Scared of what? All the bad shit happens out on the foggy streets. And I never go outside.
So you're open all night?
Yep. Figured people might need a place to rest in these dark times.
I'm looking for someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
Who is this man? What does he look like?
Well, like a gentleman, I guess. Well dressed, quite polite. The professor or something fancy like that. Always writing, reading notes.
How long has he been here?
He rented the room a few days ago and didn't say when he'd leave.
I need to meet this man. I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business, you hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
Are they stupid or something? I've never even been to India.
You again. What?
Thank you. Goodbye.
There's gotta be something can be done to get out of this bullshit.
Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bottle, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a free country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
Who is this sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
He looks more drunk than he's speaking.
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
I didn't try to do this last time.
Damn it. I think...
Hello, sir. Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
What is this place?
This is Tom's bar, the Turquoise Turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina, if you want to know.
Are you always open this late at night?
No, it's only since the epidemic started. Tom thought that people may need a safe place to stay.
You don't seem to have much business. Where is everybody?
Well, most people are sleeping right now. And those that are awake tend to avoid going out. What with the murders and all.
What's going on around here? Where is everyone?
Too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, and now all these terrible murders.
The murders. What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every morning. Drained of blood. It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog? What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts. The ancients say it's the sewer dog coming out to feed. But now he's killing in the streets.
What have you heard about the epidemic?
There's a Spanish flu. Yeah, killed so many last summer. Thought we'd seen the last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. It's gotten really hard to travel across town.
I just want to talk. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not afraid, sir. It's just I've other customers to take care of.
I only see one customer.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I best check on them.
I'll leave then. Thank you.
I think drink no longer stirs me.
It's that time of night. Everybody be streaming. Claudia McDoom is streaming. Adam Conover is streaming.
It's a good thing you cannot see me now, Mum.
I bet you Charlie will be streaming soon.
Not long ago, this sort of mess.
This is no place for you. Prewen has several patrols roaming the area.
They do not pursue me.
But they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
They'll not relent until the killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require...
I think someone is eavesdropping.
Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
Slowly, vampire. Who are you?
I mean you no harm.
Saith the vampire. Present yourself.
I need a word with anyone.
Well, that's something I can do for you. And who might you be?
No, we know who we are.
Tell me, who are you?
First, tell me what you want. Then I may tell you.
That's none of your concern.
Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them.
The calling card of a vampire. Like you.
Let's see here. The first time through, I played the I'm a Victim 2 card. It didn't seem like it was a bad one. So I think we're going to stick with that. I apologize, I just bumped my mic.
I've been hunted down in the streets and attacked. I'm a victim here too.
I believe you.
Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I'm performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
And what exactly is this Brotherhood?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
Something tells me not to trust you.
Then the feeling is mutual.
What have you uncovered concerning the murders?
It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docks have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different.
How different?
A vampire is at work here. Famished. Reckless. It must be brought to ground, and quickly.
Then help me find the culprit.
I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor. That explains a great deal. We are both chasing the same shadow.
A shadow, indeed. Yet I heard his voice in my head. There was a moment I believed I was mad.
You should let me handle this affair.
You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
How will you do any better than I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
I'll end him.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again.
I suppose 5 shillings isn't like it's that much, but I missed that the first time.
If Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight.
Are they stupid or something?
Someone must know.
Welcome back. Did you find what you were after?
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
I think you're hiding something from me.
I hide many things from many people, sir. That's what my job's about.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
I hope I live long enough to see them wet boot boys get what's coming to them.
Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry.
This is...
Oh, you can
I'll
skip
leave you to your bottle,
dialogue.
then.
Look at that. Okay.
It's locked, all right.
Evening, sir. Can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
I spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight, and I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please, tell me what's going on.
It's Will. William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
Why are you so afraid?
I mean, his skin. His hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
What happened tonight?
He was dead drunk, as usual. But my God, his eyes. His face. He must have caught something awful. He shouted and cried. It was terrible.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the cannon factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates. But recently, well... Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to talk to Tom.
Oh, really? So, last night this frustrated the living crud out of me. The symbol that they want you to press, it's the symbol for the tab sign, but, like, who the F would know that? See, I spent, like, no time here yesterday.
Poor Jack. He didn't deserve this.
You again. What can I do for you?
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
Oops. I didn't realize
You again.
where my
What can I do for you?
mouse was.
Tom, talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Who is he?
William? Just an old sailor who loves his gin too much. He worked for years at the canning factory before it closed.
Is he dangerous?
Yeah. Like many drunks, he's all bark and no bite. Can barely stand up most of the time.
How was he tonight? Was he different?
Sicker than usual, perhaps. He whined and mumbled about how mean people were to him and how he'd like to talk to me outside, and then he left when I refused.
Why lie to me if he is not your friend?
I didn't lie. I said you were my only unannounced customer, and that's the truth.
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat. It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What'd you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
Really? Okay. Technically, no investigations. Look at that. All right.
It's a good thing you cannot see me now, Mum.
I will get to the bottom of this intrigue. What's been done to me, to this city.
Actually, before we move on, since we're not into the main part of the game yet, I can't jump up that way. Why? Why is that too far? Ah, Flashy McFlasherton. Nope, sorry. Nope. No humming. Well, no humming that song.
That's strange. The trail is very erratic, as if the killer was drunk or hesitant.
I'm not going to worry so much about reading posters. They tend to be one of two types of things. Either a join the army to help with the cause.
The body is still warm. This man has just been drained of blood. What's this? Some sort of note. This man was armed. He tried to defend himself. This corpse has been dried of its blood, just like the previous victim. blood and empty gin bottles. This bishop fellow is something of a heavy drinker. There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must reach that barge.
Yeah, we'll reach the barge in a second. The funny thing about that is the fact that I never did that last night. I didn't realize that was a thing that we were supposed to do. Yep, that does nothing.
Over there!
God, you have to like... I don't know, I'm starting to wonder if I should go and find one of my controllers and see if the PlayStation controller will work.
Ammunition crate. Good. I may need a lot of bullets. I feel like I'm back on the front line again.
Well, I don't particularly like using guns, so you probably won't get much opportunity for that. I'm beginning to trust the fact that if the circle is red, that the doors are just locked. So...
This one's mine! Big spotted! Watch out, boys!
So, like, I think I didn't kill these two last night.
better stay back, sir. Over there! There's one of them vermin! Burn it!
I actually thought I had already killed him.
Over there! That's this nest of them cleaned out.
I like their screams when you burn them alive.
Easy does it, boys. We can deal with this first. Don't like burning. Filthy piece of shit.
Yeah, last night I was still on the, but I don't want to kill any people because people killing is bad because she's trying to be a good person. And it turns out that basically if they're shooting at you, you have every right to defend yourself. Oops. Wrong button. Other than the flashy flash. Other than the possibility of finding some stuff in here, there really isn't a reason to come in. We don't need to sleep at this particular moment. We don't have enough to increase the level of anything. And I'm pretty sure we don't have enough to upgrade any of our weapons either. Oh. Let's see here. Increased damage dealt, decreased stamina. They're kind of in the same vein. If you increase the amount of damage you deal per hit, you need to hit less frequently. If you increase or decrease the amount of stamina it takes to swing it, you can swing it more times. And I've learned not to, yeah, you don't try to level it a second time or increase anything after you've increased it. It will only cause you heartache and pain. All right. Don't have to eat any rats right now because we're full.
Fresh blood. The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
Yes, but does it make you thirsty?
This place reeks of bloodshed.
I must have more. Oh dear God, not again. William, please stop. Just a sip, I promise.
This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
Thanks for letting me have those last two hits there at the end. I really appreciate that. That was amazing.
William, please. Stop. Let me go. Forgive you. The Lord is my shepherd.
That's very Vlad the Impaler.
William, please. Stop. William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, Are you in there?
I knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir, listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by Skal?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you... like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders. Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed his drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
There, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me.
They moved his body. Oh, no, that's
This
right.
poor creature can't be my maker. Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find a place to analyze the blood. These men, they're a company of professional vampire hunters.
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... what manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? What... who is she?
What woman?
Oh, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that Skal. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back, but I will tell you she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it! I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word, again, from a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
Of that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this... affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed, and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Dr. Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy?
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship doesn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. Coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
It's locked.
All right. So they're going to take care of all of that, and we're going to come over here.
It's my turn.
Rotten all prestige, each try it all.
Now you definitely murdered that guy.
Oh, come on, you bastard! I won't bite.
I might.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse!
Insulting a good Samaritan. Not exactly the way to get rescued.
All right, sorry. I am in pain here. Me guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
We won't be drinking him just yet.
Bring this fading light into the shadows. Dance with him the dance of life and death.
No more. Not tonight. Not like this. I will not take another life.
It is wise for the huntsman to sometimes let his prey go, but no famished hunter can run for long.
Alright, so this is the area where Cox killed the guy. I was kind of sort of hoping that we would find the knife that he's going to complain about missing later.
What happened? Did I black out? Whoa, I feel giddy.
Okay.
Hurry now, Doctor. It's freezing here. Doctor, where have you been? I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I found a wounded man by the docks. He answers to the name of Clay Cox. He requires urgent medical attention.
Already making the rounds? That's the Pembroke spirit. I'll ask our porter, Milton, to bring him back immediately.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the second floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
I would like to ask a few questions first. What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in, how does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
If you could point me in the direction of my room again, nurse.
Second floor of the hospital, left after the stairs. It's the last vacant office at the end of the corridor.
Thank you, Nurse Crane. Good evening, sir.
So it is true. The famous Dr. Reed has joined us. I can't think of any better news during these terrible times.
Do we know each other?
Actually, yes. We met once before, at the Rockefeller University in New York.
Dr. Tippett, yes, I remember. I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
He was also very confident about your future. And look at you now. Eminent surgeon and blood transfusion specialist.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
It's not exactly the best situation in London either. I can't have expected this hospital to be prepared for what was to come.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Any opinion about the management?
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve, but I must admit he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office down again.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
Even though I've already played through some of this, it's still fun. And having a better understanding of how the game works is helping.
Good evening, nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised, but I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least. We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor. These last few weeks have been exhausting. We could all do with a good night's sleep.
Do you think this hospital can survive the epidemic?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most of them. Is there a problem I should know about, nurse?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippett's. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
Why does Dr. Tippett claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippett does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance. Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No. We must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart before chaos. Once more, unto the breach.
You've nothing to prove, Dr. Tippett, to anybody. And we all praise your experience. Please, have some rest.
I am perfectly fine, and I am not too old for this job.
Not trying to suggest that you are.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed. Perk of the job. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war, and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
How is the situation around here?
You want to hear the situation is all right? It's fucking awful. We lack everything, and it's getting worse every day.
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns to civilians.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them another way to protect their health.
So what do you do exactly in this hospital?
Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings. Even the locals attack you.
It sounds like things have been a bit rough recently. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing here. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital? That's incredibly dangerous.
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
Goodbye, Milton.
I am trying to be more quick than I was previously, but I still want to check everything, pick up everything, talk to everyone, get this, get the knowledge we need in order to beat the game, hopefully without turning into a murderous SOB.
Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal. You're nothing but dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon?
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm inclined to mercy. You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cottage Syndrome, Miss Howcroft?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul, or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover. To hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat.
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure. But I sense their eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me. For I am a vampire.
I see. Don't worry. These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
Do you require my services, Miss Howcroft?
I have no need for your medicine, Dr. Reed. Blood is the only drug I need.
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover. To hide from...
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
It was such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities. Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help me.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here. War injuries, am I right?
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty little mug right off. But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded again by the moans of the dying.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
Soldier, do you need assistance?
I'm fine. Just do something for this pain, will you? That's all I'm asking.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
How close are you to Miss Hallcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of me blood. And the pain, it's real for once.
She could decide to bite less willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cottage Syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Fear and disgust on every street corner. The daily routine.
Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, sir, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after enduring an abduction?
Thank you, Doctor. That's relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place and he refused to let me go.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
What is the general situation in the East End docks?
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the dockers' trade union. The Wet Boot Boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint, not even criminals.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks. And I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith willing to preach the good word.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually. William drank so much of my blood in his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest. And then I can go back to the people who need me.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really. But I recognize Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke? Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
Disgust on every street corner. Daily routine.
Came here in the first place.
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor. I don't think we've been introduced yet. My name is Pippa Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Dr. Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
You must get a hold of yourself, nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has any idea when this epidemic will be over.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse? What if in the end, nobody was spared?
How long have you been a nurse?
Or long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
You're right. When dealing with such a terrible disease, one must remain humble. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try our best.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual, especially concerning doctors.
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned, Milton is not the chatty type.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
There's disgust on every street corner. The daily routine.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swansea's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
Overrated dabblers.
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
There is no need for such animosity between us. Don't you think the epidemic is already enough to deal with?
That is one point we could agree on. And that is precisely why I want to be sure that you will be of help to this hospital, instead of a burden.
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time, his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
Do you need my assistance?
Not at all. I'm sure that you are used to gaining people's trust with your impressive skills. Well, it will not be the case with me.
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd.
I have a little nudger.
I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
I don't think he's going to like us regardless of what we say. I previously said I have saved many lives. I suspect that he will say, "See, you've proven my point," no matter what I say.
Knowledge has always been and will remain our main weapon. And it has always come at a price. And personal initiative.
It is not a question of initiative. It is a question of integrity. These men and women have put their faith in us, Dr. Reed.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
Alright. So I need to go and let the dog out. While I let her out, I'm going to make a stop at the WC, and I will be back shortly after that. In the meantime, I'm just going to leave the game going. It just seems easier than using the I'll be right back thing. Yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
So many deaths. And still more coming. How can we be sure we're making a difference? I will not let you down, my boy.
Uncle knows he left Mama. Sit. Downstairs. You are a troublemaker. You're a little troublemaker. Uh-oh, you dropped one. You dropped one. Don't you even dare. The other one is right where you dropped it. You've got a nose, you will find it. Ah, go to Dexter. What am I going to do with you, little girl? What's your mama going to do with you, you dum-dum head? Need you, Miss Dum-Dum Head. I love you. Yeah, I do. Quita, can you look at your mama? Let's look at her mom. Hi. What you being such a dum-dum head for, huh? I love you. Yeah. Okay. No, look, come. Mama's trying to give you pets, and you are being a butthead. It's a Miss Butthead. Alright. Apologies. Which doctor is this one?
Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be
I'm trying to get these all out of the way
read.
on the first night instead
Dr.
of
Swansea
spreading them
informed
out,
us of your
because
arrival, but I could not dare to believe
I spread
we'd
them
have
out
such
last
good
time,
fortune.
and it
Such
ended up
an honor,
actually
sir.
not
Thank
really
you.
working out that well
And
for
you
me.
are-
It
I
seems
am
like it's
Thoreau
better to get them
Strickland.
all in
Dr.
in the
Thoreau
one
Strickland.
night.
I'm a great admirer
Coda,
of your work,
Mom
Dr. Reed.
cannot pay attention to you and do the game at the same time. Especially not when there's people here who
Please,
might be
could you tell
watching
me
her.
something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
It's always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge with someone eager to learn. I'll be glad to help you if I can.
This epidemic may be the century's most terrible disaster, but I'm convinced that we, as doctors, are the only ones able to defeat it.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
Do you need my medical attention, dear colleague?
You don't have to worry about me, Dr. Reed. I am here to assist you, not to be a burden.
What do you think of Dr. Ackroyd's aversion to modern medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory.
I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him, or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
I kind of wish their names were over their Goram heads, instead of relying on us to have memorized their faces at a glance. I think this is Pippa.
What can I do for you, Doctor?
Oh, it's not. It's Dorothy. And apparently I've spoken with her before. Oh, it's Miss Crane.
I will not let you down, my boy.
I'm so tired. Will this shift never
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable. And your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies.
Yeah, because you don't want to accidentally bite him.
Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Ackroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is I disagreed about wooden nails, not flesh and bones.
Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about it?
My wife died because of me. And now I may lose everything because I've been careless enough to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick. Unless you tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed. My children need to eat, Doctor.
Tell me more about the death of your wife, Harvey.
1915. I was in the army, building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
I'm sorry for your loss. So many died during the bombings. I served in France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
How are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about this is my Helen didn't bring them with her that night.
Sorry, this one always makes me a little, always. It's only the second time I've heard it, but tomorrow will be the 4-year memorial for my mother's death. She died at home, alone, with no one. No one there. No one. We don't know what time of day she died. She might have actually died on the 24th. We don't know. We didn't have an autopsy done. We didn't have my sister and I, her only surviving kin. We didn't have the money for an autopsy to find out if it was an overdose or her diabetes or any of a number of other conditions that she had. I miss my mom. She wasn't a great person. She made a lot of mistakes. But I still loved her. Even when I was angry with her. She never even got to see me graduate from college. I'd graduate 6 months or so after she passed. Never got to see me get my first college-educated job. I can only barely remember what she sounds like. I'm sorry, this has turned into a 5 or 10 minutes of sad, depressing talk, and we are going to move on.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
I am so sorry. I didn't mean to go and do that. That was entirely not what I was trying to do. Alright. Let's do this thing for the porter.
I wonder what your last thoughts were.
Who surprisingly is not named Porter. Oh wait, is there anything in this room that we can pick up? Elfing the walls, elfing the Gorham walls. First time I've seen this one. Let's see if we can find his wallet. I'd like to have...
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody...
I'd like to have at least 900 XP before I sleep for the first time. Preferably more. Oh look, I don't remember this one being here. Oh, he's level 6. He didn't drop anything. What a shame. It doesn't seem like there was anything in the basket either. There's another one over here. But he's looking right at us. I don't think there's any way we can sneak up on him. Doesn't seem like he dropped anything either. I don't think I've ever been here before. It doesn't seem like it matters. Doesn't appear to be anything in here. Well, except for possibly something that we'll get access to later from the looks of things. Ah, son of a... Seriously, dude. That went swimmingly.
So, Mr. Hooks and Nurse Hawkins are an item. Those two have hidden their affections well.
That's just a quarantine notification. Another quarantine notification. I wonder if any of the locations, other than, broadly speaking, South London, blah, 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 kind of stuff is remotely realistic. Like, is there a Pembroke Hospital? And or was there?
Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding? I should investigate.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was supposedly dead.
A colleague? Are you a doctor too?
Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Chadana, pawnbroker and humble guardian of this morgue.
What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your license revoked?
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little pawn shop while taking care of the dead. But I used to be a real doctor.
Are you afraid or uneasy being surrounded by so many corpses?
Why should I? These bodies are empty vessels. Flesh left to decay. Poof. No soul anymore. All gone.
An interesting point of view. And quite an exotic one, too. Most people fear, or at least have a respect, for dead flesh.
Sir, as a medic during the war, I learned to face my death and the death of others. It's the pain we have to tame, not death itself.
How did you get this job?
After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker down by the docks. A dangerous place with many an unpleasant business there. Milton Hooks helped me get a job here.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few bodies. The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing. Sadly, very rarely happens.
Why close the hospital's main morgue?
It was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic. Cadavers had to be moved to the nearest mass grave.
Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir. Why?
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
Funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago. You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
Well, she might be, if she wasn't dead.
A pawnbroker? I expect you get all types of people here.
Yes, sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods.
What kind of goods?
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade.
I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help.
Who comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe. Diseases can spread. For the customers, for the hospital.
I'm very cautious, sir. I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people.
If only that were true for all of us.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill.
Do you really believe goodwill cannot last?
As I said, sir, everything decays. If I was to never die, goodness, I would be bored or worse. And I like to be helpful, sir.
Quite depressing, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the good news is we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir.
So you're ready to die?
No, I am not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chidana.
No, Dr. Reed. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise.
Do you need medical attention?
I'm feeling all right, Doctor. But perhaps it is because I, too, am used to the smell of the dead.
Please show me what you have to sell.
Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
Darn it! I'm a shilling short. Alright. That's locked. I'm sure I can't get into it unless I kill him, and I really have no intentions of killing him. These bodies, though. Oh look, now I have 5 shillings.
I'm sure that during your lifetimes, you have all seen things that no one could believe. Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Please show me what you have to sell.
Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
Yep. I'm so used to needing to right-click on things to use them from other games that I am completely forgetting that this game, that's not the way things work. That's the picture. Crumpled letter. I wonder if I can only use that when I'm at a... I'm ready to turn that in. Let's see if we can track down the... Okay, for whatever reason, hers is not in this zone. Right, we're going to finish going around. Sorry, I said that and it immediately reminded me of an old TV show I used to watch called Forever Knight. And there's a scene where the main character, Nick Knight, says to his partner, because he's a detective, he says to his partner, Skanky, you go through here and I'll go around. Well, lo and behold, Skanky wants to know what's around.
Steady, boys! We've got one of them here!
This was a mistake.
Doesn't like fun. Oh my god!
I didn't actually think they'd let me come in here. I seem to recall trying to do this early in the in my first playthrough and being unable to come in here. Now, please bear in mind, I didn't get much farther than I am really right now. I restarted because I felt like I wasn't leveling right. It's not like I couldn't have redone my skills and whatnot. That I could have done. I restarted more because I felt like there was a possibility that I could have gotten things done better. And now I certainly can absolutely agree to that because I've gotten a lot more done a lot quicker in one night. I haven't even gone to bed for the first time. So that should actually greatly improve the way the overall story goes for me. Now, I'm 99% sure I don't want to be over here. So I'm going to go back over here. Now, Clay Cox should be over here by now. But let's go ahead and give Milton his wallet back.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Tell me why you're extorting money from some of the patients here.
If a patient wants a bed, he'll have to pay me a little fee. That's all.
Where did you get the idea for such an immoral scam?
Funny you should ask. The first time it was from a patient who bribed me to get a bed. It's only then I realized I could make a fortune.
Why do you have such a mediocre reputation among your colleagues, Milton?
Fuck them. Nobody knows the horrors I've seen since working here. This city was sick long before the epidemic, Dr. Reed.
I know it's a difficult task, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the job you are paid to do?
I've seen babies left to die while their brothers were properly fed. Underage girls and boys sold to all manner of perverts.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, exactly. We lack words. So excuse me if I don't look on the bright side of life.
Sorry. I'm not chuckling at what's going on for him. He said on the bright side of life, and that immediately made me think of a Monty Python song.
I have some good news, Milton.
What? The epidemic's over?
I retrieved your wallet with all the money and a certain picture.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what? Is it the difference of skin color that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good. Please, take this money anyway. To remind you to keep your mouth shut. Not everybody is as broad-minded as you, Dr. Reed.
Ooh, so now I have somewhere in the realm of 44 shillings.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
I actually don't care about having a gun. Ooh, I have 51 shillings. See, I could probably do way better against the thing that's driving me nuts if I would just use a gun. But I just don't... I don't enjoy guns. I don't think that they're... I find absolutely no fun in guns.
What can I do for you, Doctor?
Oh, it's just Nurse Crane again.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
I was hoping you were Pippa, Nurse Crane. Where is Pippa? Well, if we can't find Pippa, maybe we can find Thelma. Or not. Where is everyone? There is Thelma.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
Tell me, Thelma, why do you feel so attached to Mr. Elwood? Why him?
I'm not sure, Doctor. I think we have a bond of some sort. We've both suffered so much. He's the only mortal I find interesting.
Would you say you and Mr. Elwood are romantically involved?
No. No, Thomas is a delicate soul. Even though he disguises it. But I am not the woman he needs. No, for I am a vampire, Doctor.
Do you plan to make him a vampire too?
Of course not. How could I inflict my curse on anybody else? I'm not that cruel, Doctor.
Tell me, Thelma, what do you really know about vampires?
I saw one and he saw me.
I watched him hunt and kill. I saw his terrible wounds heal as his victim died. And then I knew I was saved.
You mean you actually saw a vampire? Here in London?
Yes. And it has been the answer to my pain. I must drink and kill to regenerate my decaying body. I am a vampire too.
You have no idea what problems your claim could cause if heard by the wrong people, Miss Howcroft. You must stop this nonsense now.
Why fear the truth? Strange things live in the dark, Dr. Reed. Strange and ancient beings that were here before this island even had a name.
Tell me, Thelma, what do you really know about vampires?
I saw one.
You mean you...
Yes.
You have no...
Why fear the...
Do you require my services, Miss Howcroft?
I have no need for your medicine, Dr. Reed. Blood is the only drug I need.
Tell me... Who are you?
Is that...
I'm...
No.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
Definitely don't want to do that yet. That is a higher level than I think I can handle. Need to find Pippa. Also need to find Clay.
It is now or never.
If only I were young again. Just a dozen years.
I think Clay might not come out to play until after we actually go ahead and go to sleep for the first time.
I cannot enter.
Yeah, those guys are definitely too high level for me. I think... There's just blood everywhere in here. Yeah, he's level 10.
It's locked, all right.
Well, I would have expected to be able to go through that. I know we can't go through this.
I cannot enter.
What are you still doing? Why has Milton not come down here and gotten you yet? Okay, well. There are more unknowns out here than I knew that there were. There she is.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes? Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins, but are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke, but we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
Do you need medical help yourself, nurse?
I'm fine, really. I just need to sleep.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins. Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Pepper, are you sure you want to leave this hospital?
To become a nurse was a little girl's dream. But in the end, I don't feel that useful. I want more. I want to make things change.
Unacceptable. Is that a British thing? Unacceptable instead of unacceptable? I'm not familiar with that.
You should be proud of what you've achieved. This hospital represents hope for many people in need of help.
Maybe you're right. But at the moment, I feel like we're just a cemetery waiting room.
What steps are you prepared to take to feel more useful?
I don't know yet. My sister believes that the real fight is in the streets nowadays. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is what I must do.
And what about Milton Hooks? Does he share your point of view?
For Milton, any change means more comfort and more peace. I disagree.
If you feel that saving lives is not useful enough, perhaps it means that you've lost faith.
On the contrary, my faith has never been stronger. Maybe we are all just too proud to face up to the fact that science cannot compete with God.
You guys don't want to hear my opinion on God.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins. Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening.
This is so not what I was trying to do.
I have wasted too much energy for so little result.
Fear and disgust on every street corner.
I wish I could be sick again.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Damn.
I wonder why the Goswicks came here in the first place.
It's here again.
Oh, she's inside that locked room. Okay.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Goodbye, Nurse. Call me if you...
Okay.
Only I were young.
Good evening.
Dr. Rick.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
As for me, what a blundering idiot.
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Are you really now?
Tell me, Waverly, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
Other people may say that's too conservative a point of view.
Conservative? And what are you going to say to Mr. Fiddick if he loses his arm because of the operation? Because that's what's going to happen if the surgery is a failure.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I help at all?
No.
Really? Why are you here then?
I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient have to communicate, sir. Would it help if I gave you some paper and a pen?
Not really.
I see. Then maybe it's not just your throat that hurts, Mr. Goswick. Perhaps your sore throat is just the consequence of something more hurtful.
Yes, maybe. But I don't want to talk or even write about it now.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Goswick.
I don't want to talk, Doctor.
You're gonna be a tough nut to crack.
But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mortimer Goswick. Could you check on him, please, Dr. Reed? I've heard much of your talents as a physician.
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswick?
Not much to say. Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
May I ask if you have an occupation, Mrs. Goswick?
I'm a teacher by profession. I teach young women who are more ambitious about their futures than their families.
Are you really that rich? Most of the patients here are of a more humble origin, if I may say so.
Yes, thanks to my husband. May he rest in peace. I can cover any needed medical expenses.
What do you think of your reception here? Any complaints?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we arrived. But we had no other choice, considering the state of emergency.
Is there something in particular that's bothering you?
Some of the staff were not especially welcoming. I suspect they're not accustomed to dealing with patients of such social standing.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
She charged you for a bed?
Yes, and I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick. Be sure that I'll talk to the people involved.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed. But I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in other hospitals.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick. Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured, you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed. It's my mother.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of. She would tie herself to my bed if you asked her to leave.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful,
I'll let you get some rest, then.
Good evening, sir. Doctor. I'm alright. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
I'm sorry the stream has turned into talk to all of the NPCs, but I feel like we need to get this out of the way as soon as possible so that we can get as much other stuff in tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day until we beat the game.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time. Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury.
What is it? This...
I agree.
Do you think...
All...
This... Do you think...
All I...
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Words to calm the children, Ellen. As for me, what a blundering...
Good evening, Mr.
Good evening,
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Where in the name of the gods has Pippa gone? Oh, there she is.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Milton cheats patients out of their money at this hospital, Pippa. Are you his accomplice?
Yes, I am.
Is this your definition of being useful? By abusing the sick and poor?
No. It is my definition of getting out of this useless life once and for all.
Why do you do it?
Why not? Most of the sick who paid for a bed are already dead, or will be soon. Don't you see the futility of all this?
In your position, I would suggest a more elaborate defense. Cynicism will not save you.
This isn't cynicism, it's realism.
That's
You
what
still need
cynics
me,
say.
Dr. Reed, and you know it.
Whose idea was it?
What difference does it make? We did it together, and I'm guilty as charged.
Answer my question.
Hey,
It
dum-dum
was
head.
my idea first, even though Milton would say it was his, to protect me.
I'm not working tomorrow. Should we go past the 10 o'clock?
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Daily routine.
Did you get this puppy dog? You go get her? You get this puppy dog in the face? What are you over here bugging your mama for? What are you bugging your mama for? Did you need some pets? Do you need to be loved? Because you are a human? Are you human on the inside? You're almost smart enough to be. Most of the time. Mama's big dum-dum head.
Disgust on every street corner. The daily routine.
Hello, beautiful. Wow, we have acquired quite a bit of experience points. Should we see if we can... We only need 15 more to be able to do 2 things. I feel bad for Tom. Mr. Ellsworth Ellis. I want to go in here.
It's locked.
I don't think I want to go over there either. Merchants. The thing I'm supposed to be doing. Alright. I would like to get 15 more experience points. Which I might be able to do by going up to my office. Which is probably what I should do.
At least that mistress of the dark.
Okay. Let's see if we can turn up 15 more experience points by going to our room.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
During the war, I witnessed a few couples just like you come together in difficult circumstances. It can be very damaging.
Maybe you're right. But we support each other. And that's all that matters.
You do realize you could both get fired. Hospital staff are not meant to have intimate relationships with one another.
Come on, Dr. Reed. Do you know how many rules are broken in this hospital every day just to keep it running? There's nothing wrong with what we're doing.
Do you know that Nurse Hawkins is thinking of leaving the hospital?
That's not a surprise. We've talked about it already.
Does it not bother you?
Sometimes I think she may be right. We should run away while we can. Question is, where can we go? Where is it safe?
Admit it. Nurse Hawkins is more than your lover. She's also your partner in crime.
Of course she is. How else could I tell which bed is free? I need to know that.
Have you no shame?
Don't you see the city is crumbling down? Today people are ready to pay to get a hospital bed. Tomorrow we may be fighting for food.
Do you need any medical help, Milton?
I'm fine, Doc. Physically, at least. but I would give everything to be in a better place right now.
Ow.
Goodbye, Milton.
Not now.
I cannot enter. It's locked, all right.
Just checking a few more things quick before we go into our office. Points of curiosity generally.
It's locked.
Okay, not that one. That's locked. That's so weird. In the United States, the ground floor is the first floor.
This must be the place. It's definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own. At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin.
And these are the notes on what Dr. Swansea has learned about vampires so far. Really, it boils down to vampires have vampire powers. And they're fairly standard vampire powers. Super speed, mesmerism, and the ability to sense and be aware of blood. And I assume that super strength is also one of the skills. We also know that if a vampire has trained themselves...
The flower is dying. It needs water.
Well, then water your plants, you stinking animal. Yeah, because super strength is a fairly standard power among vampire myths. Mesmerism is pretty standard. Super speed. And the dog is trying to get my attention again. You're not going OUT yet. I love you, but you don't need that yet. Increase damage or absorb blood. I think we're going to go with absorb blood. We've learned not to try to switch back and forth. Alright, so we need 6 common handles to level that up. I wish I could take this one apart. Or this one. I have more than enough glass vials. God, hopefully when I find that last ingredient, it'll be more than sufficient quantity to do something with it.
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night. I have so much time now.
All right. We can more or less increase 4 things. Let's go with prowess. Fitbit's telling me it's time to go to bed. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do it, even though we haven't found a use for this just yet. We're not gonna be quite level 7 from the looks of this. We're just starting level 6. Okay, so we're approximately halfway to level 7. So we need about 245 experience points. Hopefully we can do that with some more investigations.
If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood?
Hurry now, Doctor. It's freezing here.
And we need to make some anti-fatigue medicine pretty soon here.
Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
What type of hospital are you running? No antiseptics?
You have been away too long, Doctor. With the war and now this epidemic, supplies have been running scarce for months now.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Thank you, nurse.
Oh, I hadn't looked at that yet, huh? It's so locked.
It's locked, all right.
Please come back later.
Anybody want to figure out what Dr. Swansea's doing in his office?
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Why do you feel responsible for the injury, Thomas? What really happened?
I wasn't disfigured by any German shells. It happened during my leave. It was an accident.
Why lie about it?
Come on. It's one thing to come back disfigured by the Germans, and it's another to get injured in an accident that could have happened to anybody.
Beauty is not everything, Mr. Elwood.
Says Mr. Pretty Face.
Tell me what really happened then.
I went with a whore in Rouen. Dead drunk I was. The hotel was a shithole. There was a fire that night.
Did you start the fire? Were you trying to avoid going back to the front? That's not uncommon, you know.
No. It's just that I was asleep when the flames reached the room. The girl was long gone. Bitch never woke me up. Left me to burn.
So we don't get to retry.
Soldier, do you need assistance?
I'm fine. Just do something for this pain, will you? That's all I'm asking.
Why do you...
I wasn't...
Why?
Come on.
Beauty.
Says Mr...
Darn.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
It's tough with a game where you don't see when it saves.
A giant morgue disguised as a hospital. That's Pembroke nowadays.
Damn. The pain.
There are still 2 people I haven't found in the hospital. Ah. I wonder if I'll get another... Nope. I think that might be the first time I've lost a hint. That just does not sit well with me.
Here again.
Darn. This is going to be no matter what, we've lost this hint. And I'm not prepared to restart again. We're 4 hours in at this point. Yeah. I was really hoping I could just reload and it'd go back, but clearly that's not an option. Okay. Let's talk to this fool.
Good evening, Mr. Cox.
Dr. Reed, still working at night, I see. I like that.
And why is that?
People who don't sleep at night always seem more alive to me. More interesting, one way or another.
Do you ever think about that poor fellow I saw you push in the water?
The wound he gave me will make sure I don't forget him. Still fucking hurts. Boss had cut me good.
That man was determined to murder you. You almost died.
What a surprise. The first time I met him, he nearly shit himself. Fucking coward. I guess revenge gives you balls.
What did he want? Revenge?
I recently had to kill his brother. Poor arsehole thought it would be easy to return the favour.
Only the strongest survive, then? Survival at all costs. Is that all you think about?
I'm the toughest bastard you'll ever meet, Dr. Reed. And I don't give a fuck what you think of me.
How is your hospitalization going, Mr. Cox?
This is a shitty place with shitty staff. But as long as I'm treated all right, I'll be fine.
What's wrong with the Pembroke staff?
That bastard you sent to bring me here, Milton. I thought he was going to break all my bones before I reached my bed.
I see. Any other smart comments?
The nurses aren't too ugly. Especially that foxy one, Nurse Crane. Pretty brunette, tough attitude, all like that.
What's wrong with the hospital?
Come on, Dr. Reed. The place is a dump. Smelly, sad, and dirty.
But you're alive thanks to the efforts and dedication of the staff here, aren't you?
What are you expecting, a medal? I thought that saving lives was just part of the job. Must be an unsatisfactory profession at this time, I'm sure.
How long do you think you can escape the law, Clay?
I know this city like the back of my hand, Doc. I know its streets, who to pay, who to avoid, and who to bully. I won't get caught.
We can't escape the consequences of our actions. The past catches up with us in the end.
I ain't afraid of death. I don't hide who I am. I live my life honestly, which is more than I could say for most folks.
And who are you, then?
I'm the leader of the Wet Boot Boys. One day, I'll leave this shitty place and punch in the face all who thought I would not come back.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
There it is. His wife is really upset at him.
Hey, Doc.
What can you tell me about your marriage, Clay?
Marriage is the sweetest cage, they say. Well, I found myself locked in one with a wild animal.
You mean your wife keeps you on your toes?
No, I mean, we both have claws and we both love to bite.
Am I right to assume your wife's letter pissed you off, Clay?
I was so mad, I threw away the knife she got me when we got married.
Your wife gave you a knife as a wedding present.
That knife has always been my lucky charm. If I'd had it in my hand when I got stabbed on that pier, I'd not have been wounded.
Do you want it back?
I don't need it here, but if you'd be kind enough to bring it to me, I'd be really grateful.
A grateful Clay
Coda
Cox.
Dexter. Stop it.
I might just find your knife and bring it back
Stop
to you
it.
to see that happen.
I
I
love
can give
you.
you directions, but I'd be surprised
You
if
see
you
the
managed
pretty
to
girl?
find it. My hideout isn't meant to be found easily.
Coda, stop it. Mama will kick your butt.
A lucky charm? I never would have taken you as the superstitious type.
We all have our flaws, Doc. Mine's to have my weapon of choice for when the really dirty business comes around.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
I don't think I can get there. I'm pretty sure you would have to get past this gate that's over here. And we can't. Not yet, anyways. It's either that or you have to go across, come around here, and come back. And I'm not sure if I can do that either, because you have to be, like, I think it's a level 10 area over here. I'm really close to where it is. It's right there. I just don't know if I can take a level 11 and a level 10. You know, what's the worst thing that happens? I end up dead and I come back?
Sorry, sir. No admittance. Hey! Don't come! Watch out for them teeth!
That was an accident. There's a skull down there. Again, what's the worst thing that happens? I die? Dang it. That was actually super close. Crap. I don't have any blood. Well, now. I'm bound and determined I'm going to get this thing. I got caught in that little back frickin' alley-ish spot.
Really pissed me off this time.
More or less, we're back now where we were when I restarted. One down, two up.
Balls of Mars. Fortifiers. As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful. infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza. It's locked. This key will surely grant me access to the basement.
Now we legitimately are where we were. With the exception of I have the ingredient. But I don't think it's going to let me complete the quest without going downstairs and killing that guy. This is probably the better use of that one. nice to go down there with this one. I know it's crazy, but I think we're gonna go make another attempt at these guys. Actually, first.
Please, sir. I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Newton Blight. I've lost my mate. Can't find him anywhere.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. Please, calm down and give me more details.
Oswald and myself were both infantry, sir. We were en route for the hospital, but... well, we had a disagreement. And Oswald ran off towards the canal.
How long have you been searching for him?
I can't go there. Too many rats by the water. Fucking rats. Can't stand them since the war, sir. Can't stand them at all.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers who survived the trenches suffer from musophobia. I'll see what I can do for your friend.
Okay, so I take it back. We aren't quite back to where we were. We will be.
What can you tell me about yourself?
After this,
I'm Oswald's best
I
friend.
think.
We served in the same regiment, sir. Taken care of each other since we came back from the front.
This is a dangerous part of town. What are you doing here?
We were looking for the Pembroke Hospital. We both need help. Treatment, I mean. To get some sleep. Just need to feel better, sir.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Oswald Thatcher. We survived the war together. Oswald is... nervous and quite fragile since we came back from the war.
Where was your friend the last time you saw him?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose. So I couldn't go after him.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Have you found Oswald?
Not yet, sir. I need more information first.
All right. What do you want to know?
Oh, okay, that was the only menu.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
No thanks, sir. Unless you're able to get rid of every rat in London.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
I have enough experience to become level 7. But I don't want to have to go to bed in-game. If you catch my meaning.
It's one of them!
God bless it. Oh, I'm not supposed to hold control. Ah, son of a... Well, at least the other two, or the other ones left. I do wish there was a better way to do this. Damn it.
He's mine! It ain't human! Kill it!
God damn it. I really want to go get that knife so that I can give it back to Clay so I can eat him. Is that wrong of me? How much is he even worth? Like, what if I ate him right now? I could restore his fatigue and eat him for probably 1,000. But I could get even more experience points by getting his knife back.
It's one of them!
How in the devil did that happen? Like, how did I waste all of my stamina? God damn it. Okay. I am clearly not ready for level 11 skulls. I can barely handle the level 7 at the bottom of the flippin' morgue.
Have you found us?
Not.
All right.
I love how this character is afraid of rats.
If I find anything out about...
Thank you.
But for some... and therefore won't go down to the docks, but he'll wander around the canals. Alright, you know what? I'm not really feeling like I can take on the guy down at the bottom, especially not on a stream. Not right this second anyways. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get off stream for right now. I'm going to relax. I'm going to go play some WoW. And I know that sounds like a silly thing to do. And when we come back tomorrow, we'll go ahead and try to take on the things in the morgue. Why is there something that I haven't touched over here? Oh, Dr. Seward's message. I keep saying Seward, and I mean Swansea? Swansea? I forgot how to pronounce it. I'm terrible. I thought I had it earlier at the beginning, and now I just don't anymore. And the really stupid thing...
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Then water it. The truly stupid thing is that I thought I had all the ingredients. Or that by having gotten the ingredient in general, now I don't have any quinine, that I would be able to make it and be on my merry little way. God, now the only thing I really need is quinine. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Jonathan, you look terrible, friend. Required to take this. No choice. I'm required to take an aggressive trait. God, that's 1,000 points. I really wish they didn't require that, because there are people like me. I'm not going to use that skill. This skill Yes, I'd rather have dumped another... I wonder if I could have done that. Darn. No, because if I come in here, I would have to be level 6 in order to get that. Something about these icons remind me of Corpse Husband. Okay, I have enough for 2 more. Which should also hopefully make me level 7. So let's God, I wish I had more like 900 right now. I'm so sorry. Alright, we'll make one attempt at the guys in the morgue. I don't know why I went this way. This was a stupid way to go. I'd like to wait until I have around 1,200.
These skulls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. They're not after blood.
Too bad there are no rats down here. The low-level guy is not really a problem. Well, I say low level. Like 6 is a perfectly reasonably low level right now. It's on par with my level. And that's what I kept thinking I needed to pick up.
Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. I'd better look. Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps? Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman. The chest was originally opened to perform the operation. The sutures are clean, but the chest has been reopened. A puncture over the left lung, possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful. Signs of internal bleeding. So, Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death. And then, he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked.
What? Oh. Just looks different from that angle. And this is locked.
It's locked.
I keep saying I'm going to get off of the but then I don't. I keep thinking I'll try this. Just this one more thing. I'll just try this. Just this one more thing. Surely this time this one more thing will work and we'll be able to move on and carry on. And the pack will be able to celebrate. I don't want to run over there. I don't think just being level 7 will be enough to take that thing on. I also don't want to go to bed on in game. Mostly because going to bed means that the day moves on again.
You look exhausted. You're pushing yourself too hard.
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No. We must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart before chaos. Once more, unto the breach.
You've nothing to prove, Dr. Tippett, to anybody. And we all praise your experience. Please, have some rest.
I am perfectly fine, and I am not too old for this job.
I'm spelling it wrong.
Corcoran, I want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die? What happened?
He was my patient. He died because of my mistake. That's the blunt truth.
Who was this patient?
I don't know. Some sick man from the docks. Maybe a fisherman. I had no time to talk with him. No one claimed the body.
What was the nature of the mistake?
It was a twofold error. My diagnosis was wrong, and the administered dosage was too strong.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out. What I should be doing. I'm actually missing some hints here.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
Another night with the glorious battalion of Pembroke.
Yeah, I think we're gonna call it for the night. And just because I want to make sure that I get everything for at least him, since we missed out on one for someone already, and that feels awful. You really don't want to start over again, because that's just stupid. But so yeah, I'm just gonna call the stream for the night. I mean, we've been streaming for 5 hours on this stream, and I streamed for 3 or 4 hours prior to that. So and we're pretty much caught up to where we were at this point also. So from this point forward, we'll be going about things the same way we have been. However, we'll be caught up. I have no idea what I'm saying at this point. Basically, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget to howl back at me. Let me know what you guys thought. If you like the stream, if you're enjoying my lack of commentary, except to talk about how stupid I feel, please give me a follow back. I really appreciate it. And it helps. It helps me feel like I should be continuing to do this stuff. I love you guys. Thank you so much for watching me, and we'll see you guys tomorrow afternoon. I'll let you guys know on my Twitter before I go live. I'm pretty easy to find on Twitter, though you may not want to follow me just because I've been a little political of late. Maybe I'll start another Twitter for this, just so that you guys don't have to look at my politics. But thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. I hope you guys have a beautiful evening. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope to see my entire pack again tomorrow. Be excellent to each other. Take care of each other. And don't forget to share the love. We'll see you guys tomorrow.